We're into round 5 today of the U.S. Senior Championships. Our friend and leader and teacher, Jesse Kraai, is fighting his heart out, bringing the aggressive repertoire to the championship nearest you if you live in the U.S. And if you don't, then a championship far from you. It's been thrilling chess, but the chances of winning the tournament have been stalling a little bit as Jesse has not been able to convert some of his games. He so far has 1 win, 1 loss, and 2 draws. He's playing perfectly well. Great tournament. Just not really fully hitting that championship stride. Like a good tournament includes some good moves, some brilliancies, some missed moves, etc., some regrets here and there. But a championship tournament, everything has to go your way pretty much, with very few exceptions. So the championship hopes are a little bit shaky, but today will be a decisive game for that question of the possible championship. Turn the audio up just a tiny little bit. Sure, let's try and do that. Oh, it should be pretty high. No, it's a little bit lower than yesterday. That's weird. I didn't even think I changed anything. Okay, that might be a little bit too much. Let's go with that. Hi, Abdul. Hi, everybody else. So Jesse's opponent today is Vladimir Akopian, who's currently in first place with 3.5 points out of 4. So let's say Jesse beats him. Jesse will be half a point behind, right? He'll have 3 points, and Akopian will still be stuck on 3.5. And then, you can really talk about a race and a competition. But should Jesse draw or lose, that gap is going to be pretty big in the second half of the tournament between him and where Akopian's at, right? So today you're kind of going to figure out whether or not Jesse's playing for the championship or just playing to play, the best chess he can. Kostya suggested that Jesse was already kind of feeling like, well, I'm playing well, but I'm not going to be able to catch up with Akopian this year. I still think it's very early to decide that until you've had your chance to beat Akopian, until the lead is somewhat comparable to the number of games that are left. So I think we'll withhold judgment till today. For those who don't know, they've started playing the game about 30 minutes ago, and there's a 30-minute delay, which is an anti-cheating measure. So the people at home couldn't be watching the game live enough to somehow communicate and send computer ideas to the players while they play. So we should expect their first moves to start coming in any moment now, because we're about 30 minutes into the round. I sure hope Jesse will go for it with black and have some confidence. Yordi says maybe he's okay making a draw. We'll sort of see. We'll sort of find out. I think that'll become somewhat clear as we go. I don't think he should go into this game playing as if he's a rabid dog in a must-win situation, because Vladimir will pick up on that and exploit it. So I think he should play reasonably normally, but secretly or not so secretly be trying to win the game. All right, here comes knight f3, and I think we don't have any time where we need to discuss this game from yesterday. Really, right now, this was a very, very exciting game. We might get back to it at some point with Novikov, but we're going to turn the page and bring this game in live here, and we get our first non-French of the tournament.
Hello.
Kostya Kost. Welcome.
Knight f3. Big surprise.
Knight f3. Is that a big surprise? I don't know Akopian's current repertoire too much.
Yeah, I think he's mainly an e4 player.
Okay.
These days.
So we could have had a fifth French if we'd... Oh, no. Yesterday we had the Sicilian already. What am I? I retire as commentator. Take it away.
But it's still early. We may still see a French. You never know.
Jesse's
But yeah,
trying.
big
He's
game
played
for Jesse.
e6.
Big game. Hello everyone. Hello, hello.
All right, folks. We've seen a lot of brutalistic chess in the last couple rounds from Jesse wielding the aggressive repertoire. Today, you're going to be treated to something different. High-class chess. Here he's going up against the classiest player in the tournament, a former top 15, top 20 player with a level around 2,700, and also happens to be on fantastic form in this tournament specifically as well. So Jesse's going to have to go full class, I think, and play a lot of highfalutin grandmaster moves that I certainly won't understand. Most of you will probably also struggle to understand, but we'll witness it and grasp at phantasms. Maybe Kostya will understand a thing or two.
Yeah, should be a very classy game. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be some high-level chess, some elitist moves and ideas.
Elitist.
Already knight f3 and c4. I mean, it's quite elitist. Most people don't understand this opening. So
yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. They're already showing just an absolute disregard for the everyman and every woman of chess.
e4, e5. That's what I like to see.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think people are going to vote for you, Kostya. I think you're already winning some votes.
Yeah, the people demand normal openings. Interesting. Okay, he's already thinking after e6. I mean, Jesse, he's a lifelong Nimzo Queen's Indian player,
Yeah.
so this can't be a surprise to Vladimir.
If it's a surprise to Vladimir, then he just didn't even think he needed to prep and didn't look at any of Jesse's games.
Right, making moves. But I'm sure he has something in mind. I mean, I've been playing these systems a bit lately. You can go with G3 here with B3.
Yeah. Against a younger Nimzo Quid player or a newer Nimzo Quid player, this move order here, it ravages their repertoire. They don't know what to do. So I've played this several times as a bit of a jack of all trades, master of none. Now and then I would come across somebody who played Nimzo Quid, and I was like, but do they have a move order against one knight f3 followed by 2 c4? And often they didn't. And you could get great games with it. Actually, I even did it to somebody in the French league this year. But Jesse is both an experienced chess player and an experienced Nimzo Quid player. So
yeah,
he's going to have some memorized moves. He's shown us that all tournament.
Yeah, agreed on both counts. I think this knight f3 c4 is often very uncomfortable for people like below, let's say, 2200 level. Generally, they're more familiar with d4 or e4, and then less so with knight f3. And even if you do prepare for this, you can get equal position out of the opening, but then you still are going to have to know how to play the structure that follows, which is not easy. So, but Jesse, of course, does have this experience. And I would say even if he doesn't have the most theoretical setup here, I'm sure he'll be able to get something navigable.
Yeah. Okay, there was just some kind of a broadcast delay or DGT board issue.
Wow.
Okay, now the moves are coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And DC.
Yeah. It's sort of like a neo-Catalan-ish line from white. Mm-hmm. And so what you see is it just blatantly doesn't allow black to play the Nimzo or the Quid. So if they've never prepared a specific order of moves against this, they're just on their own playing chess. Something very few people want to do.
Yeah. This line's pretty challenging. With early queen a4 check, taking on c4.
Mm-hmm.
Now white often drops back with the queen to c2.
Yeah.
to avoid any tempos with b5.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, if you go queen c2, black goes b5, then white has, I think, knight d4, very unpleasant move.
I'll put that on the board so we can see. A threat of bitch, a weak square, and potentially we could even call knight c6 a second threat. You could call this a double threat.
Sometimes accidents can happen like this. Like, okay, yesterday we saw Fabi win 9-move game against Ferrugia in a knight of 3 opening.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of stuff, I think, can happen because it's like, yeah, these lines can be slightly less familiar to players.
Yeah. Okay. Queen b3
Question, how would Jesse qualify for the Olympic senior team? I don't know exactly. I think it's by rating that they do it. So he would need to have one of the highest senior ratings in the country, basically, to qualify.
Yeah. Which is very hard to do since apparently there's no activity requirement and playing is just going to lower your rating versus racing it in general the older you get.
Yeah.
So pretty much he needs to take people out during the U.S. Senior Championship. It's his one chance where they come out of hiding, where he can pull their ratings down towards his.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, Jesse, when I saw him, he was salivating over how many rating points he can gain just from going even in this tournament. He'll gain a ton.
Yeah. So he seemed pretty hungry for rating points.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he was definitely bummed though about yesterday. He felt like he let it slip.
Mm-hmm. On the one hand, he played a lot of really good moves, like really good moves. And then on the other hand, he missed a couple good moves, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Did he do an interview?
No. No, we just saw him. We got dinner with him, Eugene, after the round.
Mm-hmm.
Got some Italian food. It's delicious.
Nice. Yeah, I was going to suggest this move c5 for black as being a likely move here when white's playing a Catalan without d4. I had a feeling like this might be the theoretical move here. But then I was also thinking, well, I mean, if you just played bishop e7 or something and white played d4, you could break with c5 pretty easily as black. So maybe you don't need to hurry it from an understanding perspective.
Yeah. Dina Belankaya with the raid. Hello, hello.
Welcome, Raiders. And let Kostya and I quickly introduce you to what's going on here today, okay? So, Chess Dojo, it's a channel with 3 teachers, Kostya, myself, and Jesse Kraai. Grandmaster Jesse Kraai had a quest last year to qualify for the U.S. Senior Championship, worked so hard, made it. And then he spent a year preparing for it and talking about it. And now he's playing the U.S. Senior Championships. And the goal is to win the thing, but it's really difficult to win a championship tournament, especially when like every player in the tournament's a grandmaster. So far, he's off to a 2-2 start, 2 points out of 4. And today he's playing the tournament leader, Vladimir Akopian, with black. This is really the big chance to get into the race for first place, because Jesse needs a couple more wins, and Vladimir Akopian really needs a loss. So that's what we're watching here. That's what we're following. It's classical chess. It's an hour and 20 plus 30 seconds per move. Kostya is coming to us live from a broom closet in the St. Louis Chess Club.
Correct.
Which he has to pop out of every now and then to interview the players.
Yeah,
so
pulling double duty. But it's so fun. Yeah, to watch Jesse live. They're playing OTB, folks, at the World Chess Hall of Fame. And yeah, I mean, a win would be great. I think a draw would also be good for Jesse's tournament. Because, okay, Vladimir's way ahead. He's like point and a half ahead of everyone, or most people. But we can get a draw today, maybe pick up some wins in the later rounds. We've got a shot at this thing.
Yeah, that can make a great tournament. But a championship tournament involves playing the game of your life and beating this guy.
Yeah, that's what we need. And it could happen. Akopian is very strong, but he's not invincible. He's lost games in this tournament before. So not this year, but previous years. And yeah, Jesse just needs to bring it.
That's right.
Physically, Jesse's very much in shape. You know, he's been saying he feels like he's the only one working out at the tournament.
Not getting tired.
Maybe
the game.
Use that to his advantage. Yeah, long game. Long game here for Jesse would favor him.
Yeah. And maybe in the later rounds, it'll come out more and more, right? That other people will be getting tired.
People get tired. A4 from Vladimir.
Yeah. So preventing black from setting up a pawn duo at b5 and c5 for a really long time. And I think Jesse's bishop on c8 is the biggest question in his position, and he's still going to want to try to somehow play b6 and bishop b7. So maybe rook b8 is going to be a key move, getting off the bishop g2's diagonal. Rook versus queen is generally favors the rook for those two pieces to be in opposition to each other. But for the moment, he plays the most flexible moves he knows he's going to make. Bishop e7 and probably castling. And then I have a feeling it's going to be rook b8.
Bishop e7 played. He's going pretty quickly. And David, I'm curious about the theory in this line. I'm going to check.
Okay.
Because I remember there was this game, Nepo against Alexienko from one of the candidates. It was very similar to this, and Nepo won in like 20 moves.
Oh, with which color?
With white.
Okay.
And it wasn't exactly like this, but it was similar. I'm just curious how it compares. So g3, d5, slon g2, queen a4 check.
Wait, don't skip moves. I can show everybody this.
Sorry?
Don't skip moves. I can show everybody this. Was it knight bd7?
Oh, yeah, knight bd7, a6. And then Nepo played, let's see. Nepo went queen c2 and then c5, so it's different.
More common, I think. I also believe I played queen c2 in a game once, ages ago.
Okay, so that game was a little different.
Wow. Akopian rushing that pawn up to a5. Lots of tempi. And quite committal.
Wow. Already played a5.
Yeah. And also seemingly playing it pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, pretty fast so far. So let me see the theory on this. So queen b3, also a move. c5, rook b8 as well. a4, bishop e7, a5. After a5, we only have 2 games. High-level games on the white side, we have Duda playing white and David Howell playing white against much lower rated players. 21, 2400. So bishop e7, a5, we're basically leaving theory.
Yeah. What do you think of the a5
In the
move?
chat, b8 was a move earlier. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how well Jesse knows this one. Not clear to me.
Mm-hmm. To me, he's spending some tempi, but if I count up the tempi, it's White's still fine on tempi. They haven't gotten behind. Black with a6, c5, and especially knight bd7 blocking the bishop, so the bishop needs another move before it can get out. Has put Black in a situation where White can actually connect the rooks as fast or maybe a move faster than Black. So I guess he can get away with a4, a5. My first instinct was, wow, that's committal. Black's going to castle and go knight b8, knight c6. And you're going to wish you hadn't, run across the board with that 1a pawn instead of bringing out all your pieces. But now as I look at it, I'm thinking, oh, White will play d3, knight d2, knight c4, defend the pawn. Once I counted the tempi and saw White hadn't actually gotten themselves behind in development, then I thought, d3, knight d2, knight c4, holding the pawn, perfectly good position for White.
Mm-hmm.
So
seems reasonable.
Yordi, I see the point of a5, right? It's fixing Black's structure, as you say, and it's sort of splitting up the Black pawns, right? So the b pawn can't join the c pawn. So you're trying to hamper, weaken, split up your opponent's majority. But it is kind of extravagant. Anytime you're spending multiple moves achieving something positional before you finish development, it's somewhere between extravagant and highfalutin. That's kind of the definition of those things. But counting up the tempi shows that White can do it because Black has played moves like a6 and c5, which were two non-developing pawn moves as well.
Yeah, it's definitely highfalutin. If anyone in chat, had a game where they go a4, a5 in the first 10 moves and it doesn't win a piece, we would probably yell at you for it, and rightly so.
Yeah.
As these pawn pushes so early are very rare that they're effective.
Yeah.
And they take a high level of hand to follow up accurately.
Yeah. And it's also like, normally d3, knight d2 would be better than this. And then if things are going well, then you play a5, right? But like d3, knight d2, you're better poised for other things that might happen. So it's a little bit rare that this is the best way to play.
Yeah. Yeah, so now Jesse's thinking, and yeah, my guess is he's just out of book at this point. Which it's kind of a tough spot for Black. I think in these days and age, like if I could get this position as White and get my opponent out of book, I would take it, even if it's probably objectively equal or close to equal. It looks like a Catalan. White has this obvious pressure. Seems decent.
Yeah. The way I read it is that Akopian thought for 2 minutes and chose queen b3 over queen c2 with the hope that it would get out of Jesse's concrete prep, even though the nature of the position is still comparable. It doesn't switch what kind of structure it is or whether it's attacking or positional or anything like that, but just get him out of specific moves he has memorized, because Jesse's shown honestly a pretty shocking number of memorized moves in the previous rounds.
I think Vladimir knows this queen b3. It's much more normal to put the queen on c2. So I think putting the queen on b3, I bet he's aware of some details in this line.
Yeah.
course, there's many things to prep before the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, castles would be the main move to make.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the move I would expect from Jesse. But of course, you want to think if there's a reason to start with some other move.
Yeah.
Like Rook B8 or Queen C7.
I love Uber Hodler's suggestion of just gunning the H-pawn down H5, H4. But unfortunately, it's not a good suggestion. Like, I like it. I like the energy. It's fun suggesting it for other people. The truth of the matter is, if black plays H5 and white plays H4, the pawn is stopped in its tracks, and the exchange of these two moves favors white a little bit. White is more likely to make good use of the G5 square than black is to make use of the G4 square.
Yeah. You mentioned this maneuver knight b8, knight c6. That's definitely a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's still not clear where the light scored bishop is going to go.
Right. Yeah, still working. Yeah. I guess the other main option to me, Kostya, would be like Rook B8 and you push the B pawn anyway, take split pawns, but get all your pieces out.
Yeah.
Do you have any other major approaches for black?
Not that I can see. Yeah. This is gonna have to figure this out.
E5 suggestion from chat? Sure. But then your knight's stuck defending that, so you're getting a little, I don't know, just kind of tied to it. After white plays D3, you know, you're definitely not slamming E4 in any favorable way as black. So I feel like you're just giving yourself an extra responsibility to defend this pawn.
Yeah, I don't like E5 too much. Giving up too many light squares, I feel.
You were trying to slam E4, yep. Well, I think I stopped you. Sorry.
Yeah, other than Rook B8, B6, it's hard to see like a really decent plan. Get the bishop out.
Yeah. I mean, you can maneuver the knight to C6, then go Rook B8, and then play Bishop D7. And gradually get that piece into the game, right? By playing Knight B4, Knight D4 at some point.
Yeah, Bishop C6.
So, I mean, I think he has two options. And that kind of slow passive option is often okay, actually. I'm a little biased against them, but here, white's not doing something super incisive, and it's a pretty slow position where it can be worth it to spend more time getting your pieces where you really want them. So I could see that happening.
Yeah, Falk, in case of B6 takes, I think white's better there. Maybe not much.
Yeah, maybe we'll make like a slight change and put the knight there, Falk. And and then just see what Kostya and I think of the eval. I think that knight can improve more by coming forward. Abdul says, but knight e5.
Yeah, I think knight e5 is a problem. Well, maybe not. Knight bd7, only move.
Yeah, that looks fine.
This is okay.
Yeah.
But white can start with something else. Bishop f4.
Maybe bishop f4. Bishop d6. Life goes on. Okay, so feeling about this position, there could be a little bit of pressure against b2, but there's going to be pressure against a6 and c5. So, I mean, black is just flatly slightly worse. With two isolated pawns, it's, I think, exactly as we would expect it to be.
Yeah, maybe rook b6 is better.
Okay. Black should get bishop b7 in, sure. When those bishops trade, potentially the a6 pawn may be even harder to hold. I don't know. White can put a knight
the
on.
Come off, it's still a problem. Knight goes to c4, and I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say how bad it is, but it's definitely like long-term unpleasant. So like, yeah, it's not what you want to get into as black just right from the get-go. And Vladimir's thinking after castles. I think he's maybe wondering if he should start with c3.
With c3 or d3?
Sorry, d3.
D3.
And then getting
Yeah.
knight to c4 faster.
Yeah. Yeah, prioritizing that maneuver.
d3, knight b8, knight d2, knight c6, knight c4. Oh, d3 plate.
Yeah, that's right. So now if the knight heads to c6, as Kostya just calculated for us, white's knight is in time to defend the a-pawn. So we don't have to resort to something like bishop d2 or queen a4 or queen a2. All those moves look a little artificial at the moment and not ideal. So.
Yeah, now also I feel like if knight b8, white could play knight e5.
And try and just cut off that whole maneuver?
Yeah. And then like queen c7, knight c4. And you got bishop f4, knight b6 coming.
Uh-oh.
Feels bad. Yeah.
That could be majorly not what we wanted.
Yeah.
Huh. So that looked a little bit even more unpleasant, as if I have only the rook b8, b5 plan, really.
I know. Wait, but here rook b8, there's just bishop f4. This d3 is really dark.
So we can't even use that plan now.
We gotta like start with b6 and then go rook b8.
Ooh la la.
Starting with b6 has its own drawbacks.
Yeah, we have to be sure how we feel about like knight d4, right? Um, so b6, knight d4 or elsewhere. Threatening bishop takes rook. I don't see how we can sack in exchange, so I imagine we're playing knight d5. Knight c6, queen here. It's not pleasant for a peasant. Just not.
No. I mean, looks almost losing after taking on d5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were looking at this too?
Just watching your analysis, yeah.
Oh, my mouse. Okay. And then you didn't think it was dumb. I was like, I can't give up that bishop. I have no developed piece, but it's like this, right? We're threatening b7 already.
Oh, no, I thought just queen d5.
That too.
And stuff hangs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Queen c7 played. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he's inviting bishop f4, bishop d6.
So this is supposed to allow him to play rook b8 without the sting of bishop f4.
Okay. Bishop f4, maybe e5. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Either one's possible.
Yeah. I mean, feels tricky. Like, white can go knight bd2.
Mm-hmm.
Say black goes rook b8 and go knight c4. Then it feels like black can't really play b5 yet because we take and we go bishop f4.
Aye. We have knight takes c4. Queen b8, huh? Aye. Aye. I was counting on being able to play that move. I'm really tied up if I can't play that.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, you got to play like knight d5 first.
Yeah.
Then maybe this is not so easy for white to
keep binding.
Keep the advantage, yeah. This is where I feel like maybe engine finds something, but for a human, like, I don't know, it's not so obvious anymore.
Okay, so e4.
E4, knight b4.
Knight b4. Pop.
f4. Oh. Then this is not working at all? No bueno.
Well, looks like you're being made to sacrifice.
Let's go back then after knight d2. So that means rook b8, knight c4 is bad.
running into some significant questions very early in this game, actually.
Difficulties. Yeah, difficulties. If b5, might have to at this point.
Okay, let's have a look. b5. Knight moves doesn't look too effective to me here. Doesn't really have anywhere to strike. Black can answer with bishop b7 even instead of rook b8. So let's just take en passant, and then what? Take with the queen?
Okay.
I think it's worse if the queen avoids the trade, and worse if white takes and goes knight e5 as well.
Yeah, either one. Looks nice for white, but not enormous. Just better. Maybe I'd go queen c2.
Sure.
Oh, but Vladimir just castled. Okay.
Okay, so all of that analysis was quick knight d2 to c4.
Yeah, something he didn't believe about that one. Castles. Allows rook b8 and b5.
Yeah, sometimes I'm delighted when an opponent doesn't play some move that I'm terrified of, and then it turns out that it's still really good.
Usually, yeah, their move is
still don't
totally...
quite have like the time to do everything I want to do. I'm still so unhappy with this position. I mean, I'm surprised at how unhappy I am. This is where I would lose all my time.
Yeah, tough position for black.
Okay, goes rook b8. Also, Jesse's playing very quickly, considering the importance of these questions, right? How dangerous what he's skirting is. I would just be gobs of time on this.
I mean, other than rook b8, what other moves can we look at for black?
Instead of what he did? Maybe knight e5?
95?
I don't know what to do. Bishop d6? Allowing knight d2, c4? Just planning to leave the bishop there?
I don't know, nothing makes sense to me other than rook b8.
Yeah. Interesting suggestion from Falk, actually. Useful, more creative than anything I can think of. He's saying if you put this rook on e8, and then you put this bishop on f8, there won't be knight c4 attacking it on d6, like what I'd done. And when the bishop's on f8, it'll be easier to answer bishop f4 with e5 at some point later if you need it. You don't go out of your way to play the move, but you have it ready if you get bishop f4, and then you play for, I don't know, some further untangling of the queenside pieces. The reason I played knight e5, Kostya, was to maybe bring the bishop out through d7 to c6 at some point. Just trying to solve my really brutal development problem.
Yeah. F5. Yeah, the thing I don't like about the rook e8, bishop f8, e5 plan is just not clear where the knight on d7 goes.
Yeah, we're still not moving. Sorry, folks. The knight on d7.
Yeah, you have to fix main problem. You know, bishop on c8.
Yeah. Ay. Pain. Yet somehow Jesse's getting moves out and Akopian's thinking, so. Ay. Have the commentators noticed that Jesse played rook b8 already? Yeah, we did.
Yeah. We've been talking for a few minutes about whether this was necessary or the only move.
Yeah. Guess it felt necessary to me. So now Akopian is facing next move b5. And just a question of how to be best prepared for that and what to do with it.
Yeah, White's options include bishop f4, knight d2, knight c3.
Yeah. I like making black play e5. That's how much I don't like e5 for black.
Yeah, same. I'm wondering if it's worth it right now.
Like if I'm choosing between bishop e3 or bishop f4, e5, bishop e3, I think I'm choosing bishop f4 to e3. Like I actively want white to make that move.
No, I think that's correct. Yeah. Yeah, that would be my where I'd start. Bishop f4, e5, bishop somewhere, g5, bishop e3. Is bishop g5, h6? I don't really want to trade.
Right. You could just drop back then, right?
Yeah.
Depending on how you feel about h6, I don't think h6 hurts black. It stops some knight g5 and bishop g5 moves. So
Yeah, exactly.
maybe we just go bishop e3.
Right.
Problem with this is I'm planning to play knight d2, and black will have a moment to play knight g4 maybe.
Yeah, we just have to watch out for knight g4 here.
But the upside of this is that basically I can answer b5 with a takes. I don't know if we're taking with rook or knight. But basically, what I like is being able to go after the c-pawn quickly with rook c1. Right, knight bd5, that's the right kind of move. Bishop maybe to d2, knight to b4, just defending the a pawn, getting ready to bring the bishop out. Yeah, I mean, it's not so bad looking.
Yeah, here black seems developed. Okay, so b5. Sorry, just want to see that again. b5, yeah. Take. And then...
I was afraid of knight bd5 trading the bishop as being a sort of threat, so I moved my queen here. Well, that's a little bit the question, Junior R1. I'm feeling like black doesn't really want to play e5, but there are definitely pluses and minuses to it, so it's not obvious that everybody would have the same answer to that question.
Sorry, let me just think here for a sec. Because this feels very critical. The eval of this position.
Yeah.
There's no knight takes e5. I was just thinking about this because there's knight bd7 and knight bd5 even. Both annoying. But idea, of course, is nice.
So we have to move the queen, right? Sort of.
I think so, yeah. Oh, where?
Oh, right. The way I played, I lost another tempo to knight b4 later on. So maybe there's a better square.
Yeah, maybe like even queen c3 could be a thing. Try to take on e5.
Oh, queen c3, knight bd5, and then you want to try queen e5?
Yeah.
Takes.
Let's just see what happens here.
Takes. God, I want time to take on e3, but... Okay, I'm going to play rook b2.
Yes, rook b2. Knight c6. Bishop e6. Knight a3. Oh, black's taking on e2 as well. Yeah, looks fine for black. I think. Maybe white's still better here. 97. Funny line.
Yeah, 97 and take the a6 pawn with a little plus.
Also, a small plus at the end, yeah.
Yeah. Also, there's maybe a really weird idea, Kostya, of playing rook to c1.
Right.
And then try to trap this rook with bishop f3.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, rook g2, bishop b7.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Okay.
Yeah, interesting line. I guess his black is okay.
That's really intense. I would also sort of think black is okay if I were guessing at it. Back to the live position for a second here. So that was bishop f4 to e3. Okay, we've got to move. Bishop f4. 13 minutes.
Hey.
So
I'm glad he played it after we didn't spend any time on 92.
On any other move. Yeah, I mean, I feel very confused, but then it's vindicating when they play something that you've thought of.
So on e5, maybe he wants to put the bishop on d2. Maybe that's something.
Sure. Yeah.
Because we still have knight a3, knight c4.
Yeah.
So we don't lose time. We can put the bishop on c3, which actually looks very nice.
If black doesn't have a knight on d5 in time, yeah, that could be.
Bishop d6 definitely a move for black. I think it's less critical just because, okay, we don't lose a tempo with white. And in general, I think trading the dark square bishops is not something white's against. Brings the queen to d6, which like falls under a tempo later, knight c4.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to revisit one little tactical line, which was queen c3 after b5. Takes. Queen c3, pop, takes, and Abdul was wondering if the queen was trapped here. She doesn't have a lot of squares. At least that's clear. Queen g5, h6, queen h4.
But then when black takes on e3, right, and looks happy.
Yeah, the queen's definitely not trapped, but takes, rook b2 is plenty playable for black. You know, decent activity, reasonable bishop pair. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's an even better version than the end game.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop d6. Good move, Abdul. Even though the queen wasn't trapped, you still led us to a good move.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to refresh my water.
So bishop f4, Jesse thinking. Yeah, e5, well, I think it's similar to how me and David want to provoke e5 from black. I think e5 is a move that black doesn't want to play unless you kind of have to. So I would imagine Jesse's going to try to make bishop d6 work. Again, for me, the issue is white takes on d6, queen takes d6. We'll go knight bd2, b5 takes, knight takes, rook fc1. Yeah, seems wasn't for white. And Akopian's no peasant, but Seem pleasant. Seems pleasant for a pheasant.
A pheasant.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be thrilled with Black's position.
I was even more terrified a short time ago.
Yeah, maybe it could have been worse. Maybe there was something even more critical.
Like that knight d2 c4 line, I really didn't even see how to live. I probably was just missing it, but I didn't see it. No one else here suggested anything that I found playable.
Yeah.
Bishop d6 here. We'll go into trade. Knight d2. b5. Takes. Takes. Maybe knight e4. And then queen attacking the c pawn on the next move. I guess I would love to have the queen on a5 here for white. So maybe we can head that way with queen a3 or something.
Yeah, exactly. But knight e4, why do you like knight e4? You like if Black trades?
Oh.
You're happy about that?
No. I just somehow missed the knight on f6 for a second.
Oh, sorry.
I thought I was going to just start pressuring this pawn. Okay. Then let's just go queen a3 here.
Right.
Without the silly knight move and look for rook fc1 and...
Yeah. Or if we want to be fancy, we start with rook fc1. You just show that you're not afraid.
I was afraid, Kostya. I was afraid.
Oh, we were afraid?
Yeah, I thought there was something. Maybe just the knight transfer to b4. Shoring up the a pawn again.
But knight d5, let's say queen c2.
Maybe queen c2, yeah. This looks difficult as well. Wow, there's a huge storm here.
Oh, in France?
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's all over France, but here where I live, there's rain and now thunder and weird.
Sad. We got some nice weather in St. Louis. We've been blessed. It's been nice and warm. 80s. Comfortable.
That sounds good.
Rest day tomorrow.
Yeah. And I'm going to head to the south of France tomorrow. So, going to catch some good weather.
Yeah, folks. In fact, so tomorrow, rest day. So, reminder, no stream tomorrow.
Yep.
At least not of the tournaments.
Right.
And then after tomorrow, Monday, we might need some hosts to do the stream for us.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be busy here with the show. David will be away from home. So if you'd like to stream, host the watch party, you don't got to do any commentary, so you don't have to even be a very strong player. Just got to host, put up a live game, interact with chat, have fun, cheer Jesse on. We've got a Discord channel now for streamers. So people can sign up for the schedule, put down their availability. If you want to be involved in that, folks, if you want to stream for the channel, reach out to DM Hoki. He's the guy. He'll get you set up with the stream key, layout, and everything.
And if I manage to get on internet somewhere in the countryside, I'll surely dial in and join you.
Nice.
But yeah, if you just want to put the game on, fire up a stream, and sit around with everybody, go for it.
Yeah. In fact, it doesn't even have to be a talking stream. You can just have the game up with some copyright-free music, and that would work.
Okay.
Yeah, we got Cartier Tank hosting for Monday. Oh, I think we'll need the rest, the final 3 rounds.
Excellent.
Oh.
Thank you, Cartier. Okay, so bishop f4. Jesse played e5 after 8 minutes. That bishop d6 line felt a little bit worse, Kostya, to me than the e5 lines we've looked at. Maybe not by a ton, but it just felt like the c5 pawn was so weak without the bishop defending it on e7.
Mm-hmm.
So it just felt a little bit worse than other things we've looked at. So I'm okay with Jesse's e5 move.
Yeah, I didn't like bishop d6, so e5 might be necessary. Now, I saw in this aforementioned Duda game, they had a similar thing where white went bishop f4, e5, and then he went bishop g5, h6, bishop takes f6. So he just gives the bishop.
Interesting. With no regard for the fact that black's knight on d7 had maybe nowhere to go. But I guess it's a different game.
It was a very similar position to what we have on the board. So very analogous. So basically it was like bishop g5, h6, takes, and then knight d2, knight c3, and trying to play this like English structure.
Did black take back with the knight to finish developing?
Yeah. And then, knight fd2, and that's how Duda played it. Which I think is reasonable, but yeah, like you, I didn't really want to open up the light squared bishop, but I didn't have to.
Yeah, I mean, that lets you move.
But of course, Duda is very, very strong, very good technical player, so clearly he, I'm sure he has some...
reasons.
Some concept, reason to go for it. And we do see bishop d2 from Vladimir, which is what we were more expecting in this exact position.
Love the just b5 coming out. Jesse's been like very good with his time usage, I think. I imagine that's not what KGB is going to grill him on. It'll be something more like, do you not want to win? Is that why you don't place forced wins? Something like that. But the time usage has been pretty good.
Yeah. Be like, just you must learn to calculate forced lines.
Rook b6, not the knight. Okay.
Rook b6.
Interesting. The rook looks a little bit awkward to me, but right, like you have to watch out for bishop a5 and knight a3 to c4. No idea, Pumpkin the Cat. I don't know anything about KGB. The most I can tell you...
You don't know what KGB is?
No idea.
Oh, really? I
Most
can tell you. I mean, it's not a secret between us.
Oh, okay. The most I can tell
Honest.
you is that based on my knowledge and reading of Jesse, I think that he's not making up the fact that KGB is Soviet. I don't think that's a misdirection, you know. I don't think like he's from Mexico or something.
Yeah, there's also, I believe there have been multiple KGBs. I don't think it's like a 007. I think there's been multiple Russian coaches that Jesse has worked with.
Oh, that I hadn't guessed either. Very nice.
But the Soviet guys are good. Definitely think it's been good for Jesse to work with him. Yeah, this rook b6 is a bit strange because white will move the queen and then bishop a5 is hanging in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the plan for black after queen c2, for example?
By the way, other weird thought though, Kostya. Again, I don't know what's coming next, so this may not help at all, but if he'd played knight b6, maybe bishop a5 was bothering him a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was one of the big points of the bishop d2. Looks unpleasant.
Okay, so everything looks unpleasant, right? I mean, here I would maybe want to go queen a7, looking for a square for my queen, but I hang knight e5, so I'd be very tied. So he played rook b6. Akopian plays queen c2.
On the board, yep.
Simple and clean. Queen a3 is not very good with black's bishop on e7, probably. Might still be fine, since the bishop on e7 is hanging, but... Queen c7 is simple, and he wants to go bishop a5, and he wants to go rook c1. And maybe he wants to go bishop c3, depending on how black arranges things, and knight a3 to c4. Ay. Definitely this a5 move has shown its worth this game. I mean, it's just been straight from the starting line, like black seems to be limping.
Yeah, no, definitely some nice prep. Very good concept by Akopian. He's shown bits of a crack in Jesse's repertoire. I mean, I'm sure Jesse knows what he's doing here, but I don't know how much he looked at this before the game, you know, if at all. From my memory, Akopian's just big e4 player.
Even if Jesse knows what he's doing, his position's a bit worse, right? Unlike his previous two games with black, where he was just fine.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely like white here. I mean, yeah, it's a simple reason. White has 2 pawn islands, black has 3. White has 1 isolated pawn versus 2. Black has more weaknesses. And white's pieces look nice. I mean, I guess the rook just goes back to d8. Like, I don't see a better square for it.
Me neither. Because also there's a good chance you want to play bishop b7, right?
Yeah.
You don't want your rook just dangling around somewhere weird all game, right? Like if you played rook e6 or rook b5 or something, I mean, you're always going to be weird.
Oh, there's also queen b8. Queen
Whoa.
b8 is a move.
He did that.
Oh, played. Oh, yeah. So on bishop c3, and he has knight d5 immediately.
Yeah, e5's sufficiently defended here, so it doesn't come with a tempo.
Yeah.
Knight A3, rook B2.
Right.
You got some work to do as white. Rook A2. Wow, Queen B8. I didn't see that coming. That makes a lot of sense out of Rook B6, although...
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Josie must have anticipated that was the plan. Rook B6, Queen B8. I think that's a good maneuver, because otherwise it was starting to look kind of, fishy.
It looks amazing, but if it doesn't work, it's going to really not work, right? Because Knight A3, Knight C4, and you're just wandering.
True. Yeah, Rook A2 feels critical. You want Bishop A5 and Knight A3. How does Black get to? Maybe Rook A2, Black can play Bishop B7, Bishop A5, Bishop D5.
Oh, good call. I was like, it'd be great if we could play Bishop E6, but our knight can't even move to allow it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hilariously terrible, right? But Bishop D7, okay, Knight A3. Bishop D5, Knight C4. Maybe take it?
Oh, and take on B2?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, White looks very comfortable there.
White looks pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Looks terrible. Okay, we've got a suggestion.
White could even take with the pawn on C4, actually.
Yeah,
that looks even nicer.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just feels like a perfect English.
Because you leave this is still a problem, huh?
And then the A pawn is just like, brutally weak.
Okay. Let's try Knight D5. Another suggestion from chat. Knight D5.
And to B4.
I'm hearing the coconut song in my head. You know, open your coconuts. Open them for me. Oh, man. I played it for my kids. They loved it. Loved it, Kostya. Kraai the musical.
Not sure I've heard that one yet.
Oh, yes, you've heard it. It's on YouTube. We watched it 20 times in a row laughing. Yeah.
What's happening here? At least this is annoying for White. I don't see an obvious move. Okay, so Rook A2 we got Knight D5, Bishop C3 we got Knight D5. Bishop C1 is also just Knight D5. Wait, what about Bishop C3, Knight D5, Knight takes E5? Is that working?
Asking me the tough questions. Knight takes C3.
Knight C3, Knight D7.
Knight D7. All right. I think I got an answer for you. Rook B2.
Okay.
I see somebody in chat advocating Knight E2, but I figured that Kostya was planning Queen E2, Bishop D7, Queen E7.
My big trick.
Yeah. He might even have grinned. Nah, smiled slightly.
Slight smile. So rook b2. Yes, I don't see. Well, knight b8, rook c2, knight c3, rook
Mm-hmm.
c3, knight c6.
Mm-hmm.
And
Just a Pozitiatsk.
nothing amazing. I think I take white, but yeah, I don't know how much it is.
Yeah, you're within your rights to take white if you want.
But yeah, nothing to tweet about.
In other words, no mate in twos just yet.
Yeah, no cute twos, exactly.
Black have bishops.
Okay, and Kopyan's thinking, and
And Jesse's ahead on the clock, Kostya, despite the uncomfortableness of this opening.
yeah, he's ahead on the clock. Probably went sleeveless today because it's Saturday.
Is
He's
that is
flexing
that
at the board.
is that casual Saturday at the St. Louis Chess Club?
I think they allow it. Yeah, I think on the weekends you don't have to abide by the dress code. I think.
Interesting.
I mean, he's been wearing like baseball caps.
Okay.
Which I think it's fine. I think they look nice, but still, the bishop c3. Okay. Um. Yeah, we both thought knight d5 is going to be the critical move, but maybe black has other ideas.
Yeah, so knight d5, knight takes e5 is what we calculated, Holly. We can look for something else. We can look for some other options for both players if we want. Black has to play pretty combatively because they're under positional threat. And they're under discoordination threat with that weird rook on b6.
Yeah, you let white bring the knight to c4. I think it looks really bad for black.
Tomorrow's a rest day, Jake. Tomorrow's a rest day. Here's a link for anybody who wants to catch up on the game at a time when we're not catching up on it. I mean, we can go through the moves occasionally to reorient people, but obviously not every time.
Yeah.
For a second, the URL was cut off at Vladimir Kraai, and I was like, uh-oh, did I send the wrong link with Vladimir Kramnik in it? Because it's a Kopyan Vladimir Kraai Jesse.
Sorry.
And I was just cut off like after the A of Kra. By the way, folks, this is one of Jesse's moves when he's playing a game. He takes the shirt and goes like this with it. That's one of his thinking moves.
Yeah, it's a classic Jesse pose.
Yeah. Or he'll just grip it without putting it in his mouth and just go.
Another classic one is like I think he'll like sit back and like cross his legs, like he's just kind of pondering over the position. It's like he's thinking about a philosophical thesis or something.
Mm-hmm.
Chews on his pen. Yeah, big pen chewer.
So what might Kraai do other than knight d5? Okay, here's something weird, Kostya. Oh, not very good, maybe. I was thinking bishop b7, just leaving the rook to its devices. Maybe a little trapperino on bishop a5, bishop f3.
Nice.
Yeah. And knight a3, I was going to go e4. You see, taking it in a new direction. But where I don't have an idea is what if white heads to c4 via knight d2, stopping e4? Then I don't really have a plan, and when the knight hits c4, I'm still unhappy, confused. Could I just play rook b5 and shrug? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, so bishop c3. I'm just trying to suggest something other than knight d5.
But I do wonder what white has in mind against this one, because if knight e5 isn't working, then what else could white do?
Maybe on knight d5, white could play knight d2 or a3, something like that. And then after knight takes c3, just take with the b pawn.
Just take with the pawn, huh?
Unite the whole pawn structure.
Yeah, I was wondering about this. Rook b2 is a tempo indeed. White will go queen a4.
Yeah, or c1. Keep my eye on that guy. Depends. But sure, queen a4 is fine.
Yeah, or even d1. Yeah, I don't know. Defend e2. I would like white here. Actually, I like this this piece configuration. Like the two knights and bishop against two bishops and knight. White's got everything on the light squares. And rook b1 coming. Yeah, everything feels very nicely coordinated here for white.
Yeah, I'm mainly thinking of going rook fb1, trading black's active piece, even though it was in some cases supposed to be black's awkward piece, right? But here we'll call it black's active piece and try and trade it off. And then we'll say, well, they've got the two bishops, but the one on e7 is kind of dumb. And we'll try and put the knights on like c4 and e4 or something like that, and just attack lots of isolated pawns.
Yeah. Could be a problem.
Yeah, definitely Jesse is handling this line better than we've been able to come up with ideas for black. That's definitely true, Patrick, I think. So that's another way to handle knight d5, huh? Very simple, low-pressure approach at first. c3. Okay, so we've got knight d5. We've got kind of a no on bishop b7.
It's possible they both think knight d5, knight e5 is working for white. Because on first glance, it did look like that.
Yeah, was that rook b2 the only out for black, probably? Everything else is down a pawn, basically for nothing.
F6 will hang stuff there, Jake.
Is
knight
knight
e5 is
here, knight here,
stronger.
f6 an option? So you're playing f6 to overprotect this pawn and try and free up this knight, but it still can't move yet. Honestly, you could almost lose to bishop e5, queen c4.
Bishop a5, right? Queen c4.
Or bishop a5, yeah. Queen c4.
So very, very loose.
Gotcha. Okay, so the idea of f6 is to hurt those pieces. So not planning to trade it, just planning to restrain it. But the tactics, yeah, there's a little tactical juice for white there. Technically, in my bishop b7 move, after knight d2, I could play bishop d5. So this is just me being a little more open to having disadvantages.
Okay, let's say we go knight c4.
Yeah, you knight c4, and I take it.
Okay. Take that.
Take back. And then I go rook to d8. And when you tell me that I'm worse, I just agree with you and keep playing.
Yeah, I don't know. Looks amazing for white. Rook a2.
Kostya completely unworried about an opponent saying, yes, you have the advantage.
What more could you want?
I might even be allowing bishop a5 at some point. Oof. All right, I'm struggling to do this. All right, knight c4, rook b5. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. We'll try rook b5. Abdul's been waiting all day to say, take the coconut.
Yeah. I mean, which one, though? Maybe knight c takes e5?
Jesus, I hung the other one too. Stop having so much fun. I'm trying to play a bad position.
Yeah.
It's one of my greatest weaknesses.
But just so I'm clear, we haven't found a reason why knight d5 is bad yet, right? We're just looking at other options.
I'm just trying to come up with another move because Jesse's been thinking for a while, and I'm trying to broaden my horizons. All right, rook e8. No, sorry, it's e4 first.
Let's say DE.
For example, yeah. Reasonable. Rook E8. Jesus, what am I doing? Okay. Okay, see you later, Chris.
So E5.
Ow. Knight D5.
Knight D5. Knight C4.
Ow. Rook B5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love White's position. I don't know if I would follow up correctly, but I think we were just the pawn up. Lots of nice options. I mean, like even like E6, right? And as black, I mean, it's such a tough position.
Okay. You wouldn't recommend I try this?
No, definitely not.
So I need a better move. I think Jesse's been thinking for 15 minutes here.
Yes, this is a long thing. No, clearly there's something he has rejected about Knight D5, and it's not obvious what it is.
Yeah. Either he doesn't
Maybe
see
we're
how to make
missing
Knight
something.
D5 work, or he sees a comparable alternative that we haven't really noticed.
Yeah, perhaps. But it's tough. It's just, I'm just skeptical because, like, strategically, White is doing extremely well, and we got this, like, easy Knight D2, Knight C4 plan coming up. So, it just feels like Black has no time to have options.
Yep.
Immediately.
I'm with you on the sort of feeling and priority and timing, importance of everything going on.
Yeah. I think Jess is just calculating Knight D5, Knight takes E5, and just trying to make sure that it works, or trying to figure out what's happening there.
Mm-hmm.
And we were thinking that that's fine for Black. Maybe we can just revisit this line really slowly, see if
we're right.
We're missing some option.
Okay. Knight D5, Knight E5 is the start for sure.
Yeah.
So I took on C3.
Okay, we looked at Knight C3. What about Knight B4? Is that a thing?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it.
Rook takes Knight C4.
Bishop takes.
Or rook takes Knight C6 also.
Rook takes Knight C6.
Yeah, Knight C6.
G to the G.
Absolute GG here. So So knight e5, knight c3.
By the way,
take on d7, we lose a piece.
Patrick, that's what I was trying to do with e4 before. I was trying to just drop a pawn but get all my pieces out. You know, block white's bishop on g2, give white a doubled pawn. But Kostya was really happy with it. I mean, with his side of it. So I guess it didn't work. It didn't make it at all uncomfortable for white, which would hopefully have been part of it. If it's really working and your pieces are really flowing and active and it's hard for the opponent to see how to improve the position or keep going, you'll sort of notice it. Like Kostya would have started being like, oh, it's not so easy to find the moves I want to play.
Yeah, exactly. But it was more like I had 3 options for.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay.
Yeah. There would be some kind of vague nagging feeling before it all becomes clear. You already like get an inkling like, huh, what am I doing?
Okay, so knight c3. Yeah, we got to take on d7. And then this move rook takes b2 feels quite key.
So you've got knight b8, queen b2, which doesn't work, queen c3, or some surprise move, something a little out of the box. Like queen a4. Knight takes a4. Yeah, that would be a surprise for black, but not a good one.
Actually, folks, if you want to see the game, I'll pin the link to the game just so everyone can look at it, and then you can see the live position, the opening, and everything. Yeah, maybe he's just trying to go like really deep in this endgame, like knight b8, rook c2. Because if that endgame's holding for black, then he's very happy to go into this line. And if not, if it's a bad endgame, then he's not going to want to enter it, and that's why he's taking so much time. Oh, there's also knight a6 we didn't see. Oops. So that's the question. What's the evaluation of this endgame?
I don't know. I mean, the knight's kind of trapped there, right?
You got c7.
Right, but it's black's move. I've got 2 ways to cover c7, bishop d6 or c4.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And bishop takes a6 is opposite colored bishops as well. So I'm going to start with just trading my isolated pawn.
c4, knight c7?
Doing fancy stuff, huh? All right, I take.
Knight d5.
I take. Oh, shoot, it's check.
But even rook e1?
Well, then I had something fancy prepared for you,
Oh,
Kostya.
bishop f6. Yes. That's good. Yeah, very good.
Let me try reversing my move order, though. I'm going to try bishop f6 here before I give up. I mean, that's maybe shocking, but the idea is that if you trade on c3, there's still bishop c3 and hit the rook, and then d takes e2 as the second threat. That's the size of an exchange.
Yeah, white gets extra pawn, right? Knight c3, ed3.
Knight c3, bishop f6, ed3. Yes, in this move order you could play with a clean extra pawn.
I don't know how good this is for white. I would think it's kind of like maybe 50-50 or something.
I tried.
But okay, I think that's what Jesse's thinking about, because it's a very long line. He has to look at it without moving the pieces.
Right.
David, actually, would you mind pulling up the Novikov game quickly? Because yesterday, actually, Jesse was talking about a variation that was very long and interesting, that we hadn't fully looked at.
Sure.
So if you go to the position when white played knight takes d4 in the game.
Oh, very early.
Yeah. No, actually, I was just curious because I wasn't totally sure. So here, black played bishop takes d4 because, as us and Jesse, I think his opponent thought, c takes d4 for black would lead to ef5. And then we thought dc3 fe6 is just like game over. But black has queen b6 check, which I don't remember us looking at.
We didn't. Yeah.
And so Jesse was saying you're spending a ton of time on this. So king h1 and c takes b2.
Ay, c takes b2.
Yeah, I was just curious. Yeah, what we think about this line. Because, okay, Jesse's still thinking, so we have some time to look at this.
Sure. Los negros están muertos? Black's dead?
Oh, gracias. So I thought too, but okay, I mean, we were just talking about a blindfold, so I didn't totally figure this out. So how would you proceed?
Oh, easy. Takes. There may be better, but takes. Chess is an easy game, Kostya.
This is an easy game.
Thanks.
So Yasserism. Okay, takes on f7.
Yeah.
King d8.
Yeah. You'll see it's easy too in a second.
It should be too.
Yeah.
Jesse was acting like this was super unclear and complicated.
Yeah.
Okay, he had to see.
I mean, it's complicated until you see bishop takes b2.
See from afar.
From afar, it feels murky and confusing. Like you've got 4 continuations that probably win, but you don't know if any of them really wins. Right? Like taking on d7, taking on f7, playing bishop g5 without taking anything, which was a cool suggestion from Patrick. At some point, I realized I could go takes, king moves, f8, bishop f8, and then instead of rook f8, king c7, which is confusing, I could go here, 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 which is
Also looks
I imagine
devastation,
right? Just like completely like they're done. And then I realized, but like even that, I'm selling my f pawn short, right? Like I can just take here and it's plus 15 where the other one's plus 7.
Yeah. Okay, we gotta move. Jesse went rook e8. So either he didn't like knight d5 because of that endgame, or he feels like it's not that bad. You can just go rook e8.
Ay, ay, ay.
Okay, interesting.
Half an hour of our team's tempo. And
A lot of time, yeah.
And we're still in the crummy position we've been in.
Yeah, it doesn't resolve anything. White has an obvious knight bd2 move
Yeah.
that he can play. And yeah, that it's like you said, this queen b8, like rook b6, it looked good, but then if the knight does get to c4, it's gonna look really bad.
Mm-hmm.
What's the plan? Knight bd2?
Ay, 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 ay. Jesus. Okay. Okay, birds. Well, I don't see anything to do after knight d2. Knight d2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay, okay. Knight d2, rook b5.
Mm-hmm. Then so we go knight c4.
Mm-hmm. Parfait.
Okay. Let's just start knight f d2.
Bishop b7.
Yeah.
I'm reduced to contortions to trade off my good bishop.
Bishop takes b7, queen takes.
Yep.
And then
Knight a3, or do you have better?
yeah, but knight a3 doesn't seem so good. Like rook b6, and then what?
Yeah, then knight c4, and the rook goes away to e6, and it's fine.
Or to b3, I thought also it's possible. Oh, sorry, there's knight a5. Yeah, so rook e6. Yeah, I mean, this still looks nice for white, but okay, why do we put the knight on a3?
Yeah, it's not looking so clear.
Right.
Okay, queen b7, still your move. You could double rooks.
Yeah, like rook a2.
Mm-hmm.
Although maybe e4 is a concern. I think if I just start with e4, I definitely think white is clearly better. Certainly not winning, but
You want to play
good.
e4 for white?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just locking in that weakness, plus an extra square on e3 for a knight that I have to really tiptoe around.
Yeah, I would think this is like 0.8 or something.
I'm with you. I would agree to 0.8.
Hard to move for black. Yeah, we want rook a2, rook a1 next, and pressure.
H5.
H5. Let's go rook a2.
H4.
Maybe king g2. Why it's so bad for black? I mean, for me, it's the structure, better structure, and we have like two real targets, e5 pawn and a6 pawn. Both need constant babysitting, whereas b2 doesn't feel weak at all because our bishop c3 is happy to defend it, our knight on c4 is happy defending it, and black's queen and rook just kind of biting into granite. And then white just has lots of play against the weaknesses. Just feels very one-sided. Yeah.
G6. You like how I'm not resigning, Kostya?
I'm happy to play white's position. You're tempting me to go f4, but I will stick to the plan. Rook fa1.
Rook e6. My attempts at just sort of gamely soldiering on are not having the desired effect.
Yeah. Knight f3. To your credit, I haven't even attempted to defend black's position. I'm just very...
You're just happy playing white. All right, I trade on g3.
Yeah, take h.
Play a little knight g4.
Everything's defended, Abdul. We gotta be more precise.
My goal is to play 10 moves without losing material. At least Patrick's proud of me.
Yeah, maybe queen e2.
Our update is that knight bd2 has been played as expected. Took him 10 minutes though, so that's good. It means he's not having too easy of a time of it.
It's surprising. What else does he think?
Yeah.
Maybe just out of respect for Jesse's long think, he took a think.
Yeah. So are you playing queen e2 here? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Queen e2. Eyeing my poor knight. Concretely, you could maybe play knight g5 next move and get away with it.
Yeah. Yes, very good, Jake.
2 thumbs up for that one, Jake. Bishop h6. I'm going to treat the symptoms, not the disease.
Eric h1.
Ay, ay, ay. Open them to me. Open your coconuts. Jesse played bishop d8 after 3 minutes.
Bishop d8.
Yeah. Not a move that was on the radar. I'm 2 moves away from not hanging material for 10 moves. Let me analyze this for 1 more minute.
Bishop e8.
All right, F5.
Jesse's suffering.
F5 has come. Who's suffering?
F5?
Yeah.
I think Jesse's suffering, yeah.
Oh, there's some moves coming in. Knight c4, rook e6. All Alright, folks, this is what it looked like. Knight d2, bishop d8, knight c4, rook e6. Allowing knight g5.
Yeah, we should go back here. So that line we were looking at, that was with black playing bishop b7, right?
I started with a preemptive rook b5, just getting out of the range of the knight.
Right.
Then I reinforced my e-pawn with the bishop on f8 instead of d8. And then I played bishop b7.
Okay. Just see my bishop d8, knight c4, rook e6.
Yeah.
This rook is just so very awkward.
Mm-hmm. Black's probably
my brain wants to find a forced win for white, but my heart doesn't want to. My brain is like, there's no way.
Oh, Jesse, our sweet Jesse.
And I mean, just think about how much he would rather have white's position, you know? Like, he's a knight f3 player. He kill for white's position here.
Yeah. But I don't think there's a forced win yet.
Maybe not. But it's very sad. Like knight g5? Where are we going?
Well, only one choice. So.
e7?
Yeah, I got one move.
And then let's say like
do it.
I mean, I think knight a5 is a big advantage. Maybe bishop a5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go knight a5. That's pretty good. I'll take. Hey.
Rook a5.
Yep. bb7.
Rook fa1.
You're just rolling into town and picking up coconuts. Aye, aye, aye. h6. How is Jesse doing today? So far, just suffering gefilte fish. Which chess is just suffering. So,
well, maybe we can come back to this. What if white tries bishop a5 instead of knight a5?
Okay. Good to know that you made no progress against me in that line. Okay, bishop a5. Also, I can't trade because you put the knight there.
Yeah.
The game is still young, exactly, gefilte fish. Jesse can suffer another 10 or 20 moves as long as he doesn't lose. You know. Just keep suffering. It's one of Jesse's strengths, is that he has a very high pain tolerance.
He doesn't mind defending bad positions?
One of his strong points. Yeah, I mean physically and emotionally and in chess, you know.
I don't want him to suffer, though. I mean, if he's going to lose, I'd rather just get on with it.
Okay, maybe. But I'm just saying, like, he has such a high pain tolerance. He doesn't suffer from it as much as other people would.
He's all right. Yeah. I got you.
He told me the older you get, the more it hurts, and then you get used to it. You get a high pain tolerance. Open your coconuts. Open them to me. All right, we're gonna trade all the bishops, coast to coast. Trade all the bishops.
Going bishop e7.
And I'll offer a draw too. Bishop b7 offers a draw. Let's hope Pruess doesn't
now
get.
I know you hate your position.
Let's hope Pruess doesn't get mad at me. Bishop b7 offer a draw.
Okay, so.
Yeah. I didn't see knight d6, Merles, or JR, or Junior.
Yeah, bishop b7.
I retract. Bishop b7. Knight b6. I won't let.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about this. But there's queen b3.
Aye. Whoops. Oh, that was a lucky mouse slip. Good thing I'm moving your pieces.
Have some knight to d7.
It's so positional. H6. You fiend.
Knight f7.
Oh. Now you're playing thwack moves. I almost had an amazing move.
Abdullah to rook f7. I think the plan is bishop takes b6 and healthy pawn up with all the structural deficiencies of earlier.
All right, I'm trying it out.
Bishop b6. This one. Oof, rook a6. e4.
I don't know what you expect of me, Abdul, but I saw rook a6 coming. Nice to know how low the expectations are set for me. Nice to know.
What is happening here? Rook f1?
I think what's happening here, Kostya, is we're playing chess, not checkers. Whack.
Mm-hmm.
Pieshka?
I think so.
Or the Big Mama?
I'd be shocked if queen takes is fine, but
Somehow
yeah,
winning anyway.
on. Yeah.
Pieshka starts. Rook, boy 7. Boy, oh boy. In the live game, knight g5 has been played.
Yeah, I mean, of course, hard to reject this move.
At least you can play rook e7 quickly, I guess.
Yeah.
When your pieces are checkmated.
Sometimes you think about knight g because you want to see what's coming before it hits. You feel better. You're aware. Okay, this one though. I feel like I've messed this up.
Yep. That's how it's done, boys and girls. I was resilient as he beat the hell out of me.
Yeah. So let's go back. So this was, rook e7 on the boards. This was us saying bishop a5, knight b6, and queen b3. Yeah, I was just trying to like end the game.
Yeah. It made sense. I definitely thought it was over.
Maybe this is unnecessary. I guess queen b3 is fine. h6, I don't have to take on f7.
No.
Can do other things there.
Yeah.
Okay, knight e4. What's happening?
Yes. I imagine I was planning a move here. But you thought so long I forgot it. Another good trick to use in a tournament game. Think so long that your opponent forgets their plan. That's a good one.
Looks
We
like
didn't
you gotta
cover
run,
yesterday.
David. But maybe I'll be back.
Okay. Maybe I'll still be here. We'll see. We're driving across France tomorrow, so there's a good chance I end early in order to be a safer driver. It's just the way the life crumbles. '94. Is that line not a piece sack, Abdul, the line you just gave? The knight f7, rook f7, all this stuff, e4, rook a1, takes. Take now with queen. Queen takes c4, d takes e4, clear extra pawn. Isn't that like 3 pawns against a piece in a complicated, weird Situatsk? If you had a piece, then you could claim you're up 3 pawns. Yeah. This is the line Kostya went down with me before, more or less. See Jesse crawling back ahead on time now that his pieces are almost trapped. What's happening is, after he played this bishop d8 move that looked horrible, White started looking like, do I have a forced win? That's what happened, folks. And that burns up your time. And very few people, I guess, are capable of calculating forced wins. Certainly I can't. Jesse, so on calculating forced wins when he's got a good position. And, like me, can end up burning a fair amount of time looking for it. And here we've got a Kopian, burning time. He's maybe on another level than us. We'll see what he comes up with. Also, instead of trying to find a forced win, you could just try and keep the position good, but I don't know. There's different approaches. All right, so we're back to 94, right? That's what Kostya was going to try the second time. Anybody know what I was going to play here if this happened? Knight e4, bishop e4, rook e6. That's exactly right, Abdul. That was my plan. No, wait, hang on 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, let's do that. You have to trade something at some point to beat Black Unagi-don, You can't just take a beautiful picture of your position. So we're not planning to just resign without a fight. Somebody knocked on my door today here in France and then gave me this book, Les Nuits de San Francisco. Wait, I think I've heard of this book somewhere. The Knights of San Francisco. It's a very short book, 100 pages. I think I've heard of this. But it looks like it's written by a French person. Is it translated? Normally it would say like traduit par someone somewhere. The Knights of San Francisco. I don't know, Liart. But it's interesting to see what people in other countries think about things happening in your country. Very, very interesting. Like, I was in a French library, and I was in a French library in a suburb somewhere, visiting friends, and saw this book about Aaron Swartz, you know, an American. And the author was like, you know, this guy is, and it was a book about the author was, you know, so influenced by Aaron Swartz, you know, and thought about him so much, was so upset, you know, when he killed himself, and, you know, went off like trying to understand more about his story. And I was like, wow, to think that there's, you know, somebody in France who's like so obsessed and interested with something going on in the U.S. Interesting. So, live position, by the way, folks, you should be able to see below me, right, with the rook on e7 kind of trapped in by the knights. And then here we've got a position that could happen in 2 or 3 moves. The knight on b6, pinned this way, but also note white's queen is undefended. There's some tactical potential. Bishop f5 and takes might be a forced win by distracting the black pieces. I didn't see that at first. Oh, it's super bad, Jason. But, you know, it's just, so far it's just, you know, a lot of suffering and, like, are we losing? Maybe. kind of stuff. We'll see if we actually lose or not. Ooh, that sounds fun. A novel about Morphe. Sounds fun. Look, I feel like somehow I didn't even lose to this bishop takes c8, right? I fully hung the piece, and I just came back and won it back, right? Open them to me. Maybe queen a4 just to win a pawn instead of a piece. Ay, 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 that looks beyond the normal realms of pain that we could tolerate. This looks like we lose here. This rook is still defending this pawn. Ay, ay, ay. And this bishop's bad. Ay, ay, ay. That was pretty bad. Yeah, just take a pawn. And is that... Normally in chess, at a GM level, winning a pawn can be enough. You don't always need a whole piece. Rook a3 is the move, though. Not this bishop a5 move. Yeah. Which definitely put some real pressure on me. Yeah, Jason, he definitely can. So far, he's still in the game, and we've seen his opponent starting to burn a little bit of time the last couple moves, looking for a forced win and probably not finding it. And I think Vladimir's just decided to be a little frustrated about that and stop trying to find a forced win and just play some good moves. So he envisions putting this rook here. He envisions answering bishop b7 with rook b3. So he's just playing a little prophylaxis against this piece developing. Right now, all Jesse's pieces are in bad squares. So, you know, I'll list all the black pieces that are on bad squares. So he doesn't necessarily need to throw any blows at it. He can just improve his position a little bit. Rook b3, queen a7, I guess. Knight d6. Oh, hang on. Rook b3, queen c7, bishop a5. This might actually be like a clear threat, rook b3. Yeah. And a pretty difficult one to parry, maybe. Hey, Dornum, welcome. Welcome to the epic U.S. Senior Championship quest. So maybe bishop c7. A pseudo-untangling move. In order to answer rook b3 with queen a7 and not allow knight d6. And also, you're reinforcing e5 some more. I don't know that we need to defend it that many times, but yeah. Okay, this is the live position. If the knight goes to a5, we just take and give up the bishop pair. Nothing else to do. You know, white's position is amazing, but we keep going. I'm going to take a short break and check in on the packing for tomorrow, and leave you guys watching and chatting, and be back in a little bit, I think.
Hello, hello.
Um, I started helping a little bit with the packing. Ooh, I predicted bishop c7. Rook b3, queen a7. Yep, predict that. Jesse's moves are easier to predict now, and he's playing them faster as well.
That's good.
He's got every single piece of this basically trapped.
Yeah, this rook a3 I didn't see, but looked it's very annoying at first.
Yeah, it's pretty evil, but he's still, you know, still taking white a lot of time, right?
Still kicking. Rook a1 just saw on the board.
Ouch.
White's moves also don't feel that hard to play.
Yeah. Well, I'm tooling around a little bit here packing for tomorrow's trip
Gotcha.
while letting the game run.
I just got some pasta.
Ooh. That sounds nice.
What to do? Yeah, tough position, guys. White's pieces are playing, black's pieces are sitting. You don't got bishop b7. h6 might be just only move to play. Just to get some space. But yeah, very unpleasant. h3 at least asks a question of white. Where to go with the knight? h6, knight e4, take, knight f6. Bishop c6, rook d8. It's not over. It's not over. Can GM Kraai arrange to make some trades? It's not easy for black to trade pieces here. He would love to. But it's not really. That's black's problem. He doesn't have a lot of squares available. He doesn't have a lot of moves. There's no bishop b7. If knight b6, white goes knight a5. So black just has to kind of sit. That's why black's position is tough. It's hard to make active moves. So h6 is the only move I can see that doesn't immediately look bad. Not sure what else. Looks like we got a move. Yeah, h6 played. Jesse agrees. Nothing else to do. Now from White's point, yeah, he just goes 94. Um, no, pushing e4 is hard without losing the pawn, basically. Of course, now it's impossible, but earlier it would just be losing the pawn and not really fixing black's problems. So 94. Yeah, here black can trade on e4. I don't think it's helps black that much. I think a lot of the issues still remain. But compared to everything else, not sure. There's something else we could do. So, wouldn't losing a pawn be worth it if it's locking 4 pieces in? It really depends. I think in this case you're still gonna have a tough position. But yeah, if the pieces were completely blocked, then you'd probably have to. But it's not ideal because you're gonna be down a pawn, and then the remaining pawns as well are still gonna be weak, like on c5 and a6. So yeah, there's a saying in chess, like if you're gonna suffer, at least suffer with extra material, try to grab some material so you can die with a full stomach. Um, but suffering with like less material is just, yeah, it just feels bad. Not that this position feels good, but there are no easy solutions. You know, just we got ourselves into a tough position, and that's what it is. So take. I would expect knight f6 played. And now I was thinking bishop c6 looks like the move. Gain a tempo on the rook. G6 and f5, I think it just makes more weaknesses. Why we'll put the bishop on d5 with check when that happens, and yeah, just continue grinding the queen side. So I think knight f6 is correct. Now if the bishop goes back, e4 could be a thing. Though we'd have to deal with bishop takes f6. So bishop g2, for example, e4, bishop takes f6, ed3, queen d3, gf6, and yeah, hard to imagine black can survive. So he just goes back, bishop g2. Interesting, yeah. So no tempo with bishop c6 needed. Kopyan saying he's not afraid of e4. Because on e4, he's just going to go bishop takes f6. Yeah, David, maybe you can set the main board to the live position. Okay, what do we expect now? Bishop e6? Yeah, definitely could be a move. Pinning the knight. The bishop e6, I would expect rook ba3. And what do we do about the a pawn? Do I plan to switch fully to Konstantin? I mean, this is my birth name, but I've been going by Kostya my whole life. I like Kostya more. I feel like it's a better name. Shorter, it's sweeter. Yeah, do you plan to switch your name? I think you're allowed to change your name to anything you want. I think you just go to the government and say, this is my name now. Um, what does white do if black just goes back, like king h8, king g8? Well, white tries to build up on the queen side, just starting to go after these pawns. So normal moves would include like bishop a5, knight a5, rook ba3, uh, and then looking to pile up either on the a6 pawn or on the c5 pawn. So for example, yeah, knight a5 could be white's next move here. If we give up the dark square bishop, we're unhappy. If we allow knight c6, we're unhappy. So, yeah. I think knight a5 is kind of white's main idea in the live position. Putting the rook on d4, I mean, I I doubt it. I think we just lose the exchange and then we're still worse. So, not super fun. Yeah, e4 is the move black would love to play, but just feels so awful to allow bishop takes f6 with the queens on the board. I wouldn't be happy there for black. Not that there's happy solution, just in general. It's a very hard position. Um, okay, but I mean, we're looking at this for Jesse, yeah? So let's try to, what would be the least possible damage we could allow? Um, yeah, gosh, it's just hard to even find the move. That doesn't hurt our position. Like maybe knight d7, knight b6. Black is still worse. Um, should black fight for counterplay with f5, f4? It's hard to achieve, and I think, yeah, it doesn't do much. Even if we get there, you take on g3, white takes back. Yeah, super tough position. Don't envy Jesse's shoes, because of course you can't just resign, and you don't want to just go crazy and lose the game with like some random tactics that are never gonna work. Looks like we got to move rook e6. Okay, just sitting. Why? What else? Rook e6. And it covers f6. Okay, so this move is useful because maybe he's setting up e4. I don't know if e4 works yet, but definitely something for white to think about. And Jesse's saying he's not afraid of bishop h3. I guess bishop h3, he goes back to e7. White takes on c8, rook takes c8. And we'll be in time to defend the pawn with rook e6 again. So rook e6. Yeah, it's an idea. And yeah, it's not clear if e4 is actually a threat exactly, because there's e4 bishop h3. So maybe white starts like rook b a3 here. e4 bishop h3. E takes d3. Queen d3, rook e2, bishop c8. Looks to win for white. So yeah, rook ba3 is my first thought. e4, bishop h3. Rook moves somewhere where, yeah, trading on c8, taking on a6. Um, yeah, trying to get f5 and then e4. Okay, again, hard to achieve, hard to get the f5 pawn going. And then, yeah, once again, if black even manages to make f5, e4 happen, it doesn't really do that much damage to white. White is just very solid, and it's black's pawns that are just kind of overextended and hanging. I mean, look, guys, a tough position, so there's not going to be a perfect solution. If there was, then it wouldn't be such a tough position. You know, we'd be closer to equal. Um, would it make sense to bring the f6 knight to d4? Uh, that would be lovely for black. The problem is it takes a very long time to get there. And it's just hard to find a series of moves for black that doesn't hang something while the knight is traveling to d4. And then long term, let's say you take 3 moves, you get ready to put the knight on d4, white puts the pawn on e3 and just stops you. And then, yeah, back to the drawing board. Okay, bishop h3, rook e7 played. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, we don't have the live position up, but I'm sure David will be back at some point. So he went for bishop h3 just right off the bat. So he's happy to trade off these light squared bishops. I would expect bishop takes c8 here. Rook takes c8, and then maybe just e4 in that position. We were looking at this idea in a different variation. Looked like e4 was a very nice structural move for white. And of course, all of black's ideas seem to be connected with e4. So I'm kind of expecting bishop c8, rook c8, e4. That feels very sensible for white, and then it looks like white's winning. Yeah, trades. It's not looking good, Butch. It's not looking good. I mean, we're in there. We're in there, but it's a very pleasant position for white. One that any grandmaster, I think, enjoys and is good at handling. We're not down on the clock, which is at least something. But yeah, strategically, very unpleasant. Unpleasant for a pheasant. Um, so yeah, Jesse's gonna go rook takes c8's already played. And then e4 is what I would expect. Akapian, does he have I mean he is a long time theoretician, so I'm sure he's advanced lots and lots of theory in various openings. I don't know of any variations named after him, but he's been around for a while. He was a member of the Armenian Olympiad team for many years, helping them get multiple gold medals, despite not being the highest rated team by some margin. He's two-time Armenian national champion, longtime coach. Kopyan, yeah, he's got a incredible career. He was even in the finals, I think, of one of the FIDE World Cup championships in the 90s, if I remember correctly. It was him against, I want to say either Halifman or I think it was Halifman. Maybe David knows. Who did Akopyan face in the FIDE World Championship final?
Oh, I would say Halifman.
It was Halifman versus him in the final, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the only other option would be Kazimjanov, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Kazimjanov, I think he defeated Adams, if I remember correctly. And yeah, Halifman beat Kopyan.
That sounds right. So we've had a trade or two.
Yeah, and E4 is on the board.
Sorry, E4. So, yeah, Jesse's showing us how to suffer today. He showed us how to bring it in his white games, and now he's showing us how to suffer, which is also great.
He's showing us how to suffer. You've got there's a little like refresh icon on the events page.
Yep.
Just so we can stick to the live position.
Here. There you go.
Yeah. I think you don't even have to refresh the whole page. There's like a little
I know
button.
I know, but if I do that, it deletes all my analysis. So I made a new tab with the same game.
Oh, I don't think it deletes it. I think it's still saved if you go to the analysis tab.
Really? Like if you click over that way. Huh, I never knew that. Maybe. Because I often review these games afterwards. Interesting. Cool. I'll test that out. And see.
Yeah, because there's an analysis tab. So if you do stuff, it saves there, even if you go back. Yeah, I just tested it.
Cool. Jason asked if E4 doesn't give us a long-term target on D3. It does. It's played to prevent black from playing E4. So he's nailing down a target on E5 and saying that sucks more for black than the D3 weakness bothers white.
Yeah, the thing is, it's hard to make moves for black to gang up on D3 without hanging the E pawn.
Yeah. And E4 gives white a couple additional plans as well. It gives you knight E3, and black has to watch out for knight D5 and knight F5, maybe play a move like G6. And it gives us the plan of F4 expanding on the king side at some point, especially if black had to play G6 already, weakening the diagonal. So, yeah. You give stuff to get stuff. E4 looks fine. Jesse's still suffering, still around 0.7, right, Kostya? Similar to before, meaning he hasn't given up any ground.
Oh, by the way, you still got the avocados up.
Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Ran away quickly. Yeah. In fact, you came back while I was AFK probably, which was part of me not handling any of that. Yeah. So they were just watching talking avocados this whole time.
Yeah, it was quiet. I was munching on pasta. It was all good.
Yeah.
So now, yeah, this e4. Oof. It's a very pretty position for whites.
Yeah. I would have played rook e6 here. I didn't say it, but I would have.
Rook e6, good.
Mm-hmm. King g2. Now I'm thinking maybe rook b8. That was part of the reason for rook e6.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and king g2. Oh, that was a fast move by Vladimir.
Yeah.
Interesting. So this is definitely a move with the hand. This makes this move feels good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, back to packing for me. See you soon.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what can we suggest for Jesse? Rook b8 was the thought. And then white has a pleasant choice between rook ba3 and just trading rooks, playing queen a4, coming in this way. Yeah, it's rough. Jesse's only chance here that the game gets into a time scramble. Things get pretty sharp, and then of course anything can happen. Any player can mess up, allow counterplay, blunder something. But yeah, the longer we stay in this kind of structure, I mean, the more I think white is just feeling very happy. And yeah, it's like for white, it's just a nice scenario. Like if you trade knights, you're better. If you trade bishops, you're better. You trade your bishop for black's knight, you're better. You trade your knight for black's bishop, you're still better. So any minor, you trade all the minor pieces, you're still happy. So any minor piece trades simply favor white because black has more structural weaknesses. The only difficulty for white is that you don't like necessarily want to trade off black's bad pieces. Like bishop a5 maybe is a move, but then you're allowing black to trade off the bad bishop, even though white is still much better in the resulting position. And yeah, someone was asking if this is like some kind of Marazzi bind, like a reverse Marazzi structure. It is some kind of a Sicilian for sure. Marazzi, I think, is a fair one, but it's certainly not a good Marazzi. It's a nice Marazzi for white. Is this a winning advantage for white? Just clear advantage? I mean, honestly, the engine might say like +2 because it just like calculates very far and can already see that white is winning a pawn by force, but I think in human terms, it's just a clear advantage. So it's not decisive yet. Um, but it is very nice for it's a hard question because it's like uh like human versus human. I think it's really hard for black to hold, even if maybe with best play black can make a draw. I would say that's very likely very difficult to achieve. So yeah, I would say this is more of just kind of difficult in a practical sense, where even if black can somehow hold, uh, I think it would be very difficult to find all the right moves. It doesn't mean it's impossible, and of course this assumes that Vladimir is continues to play well, continues to put pressure, which may or may not happen. We'll see. So we do get rook b8 from Jesse, which I think is logical, just trying to trade off a pair of rooks. And yeah, I was thinking white's better here, either after rook a3 or rook takes b8, or even just any move, any non blunder move. Bishop a5, I think white's still doing well. Yeah, definitely is going to take some super GM defensive technique to avoid losing this one. But he's fighting, folks. He's fighting. I mean, he could have collapsed a long time ago. I'm sure me and David probably would have ourselves. Vladimir, of course, is a former Super GM. What's his peak rating? Pretty sure it's 27 something. Yeah, 2713 he achieved in July 2006 when he was actually not that young. He would have been 18, would have been 34? 2.5, 3 years older than I am right now is when he hit 2700. So, former Super GM. Jesse was wearing the Dojo hat earlier. I don't know if he's wearing it today. But he wore it, I think, round 2 or something. Oh, folks, I gotta run. Got another interview. Maybe I'll be back. If not, it's been a pleasure. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Remember, tomorrow, rest day. No stream.
Cool. Thanks, Kostya.
Yeah. Maybe catch you guys soon.
All right.
Bye, all. Go, Jesse.
We'll throw up the avocados. Go, Jesse, he says. Jesse played rook b8 after rook e6. I predicted that. I predicted h3 as well here. Ooh, didn't predict that. But I'm cool with it. Although rook b8... Oh yeah, you can take queen b8. There's not that much pressure. Yeah. Interesting. Alright. Ooh. He lost his time advantage a little bit there. So Vladimir really consciously just speeding up, playing some clean hand moves. Just throw away some trash. Cling, clang, cling, clang. Patrick Daly says, wow, Jesse's such a genius. Yeah, GMs are geniuses. From White's perspective, try and tie multiple black pieces to the A-pawn, then switch over to the king side. But Jesse's partly mitigating that danger with being able to defend along the 6th rank. I would have thought quite a bit here, or I mean, depending on time and all that, but I would seriously consider trading off the rook, because it reduces, to me, the pressure against these pawns. It reduces that scenario that Unagi Don is referencing of getting like too tied to this pawn and not being able to react to the other side. It really is just the avocados now. Yeah, sorry for the janky coverage today, folks. It's just a reality of life that sometimes there's a lot of other things going on at once. You could see it as us making effort to do what we can when we're not even really available. Kostya with his double shifts and me with the family. Or you could see it as janky, you know, that's fine too. Yeah, Jesse's a great chess player. Did Rook B8 happen? Yeah. Streaming is confusing, period, but yeah, if you're trying to stream from a phone or something, I would have no idea how to do that. I love when Jesse asked that question, you know, is he in Zugzwang? Will we ever know? Incredible question. Is he in Zugzwang? Will we ever know? I mean, here it's really Jesse who's been in danger of getting Zugzwang throughout this game. White really trying to tie him up and all. Will the queen go back to A8 and then maybe C6? I think B7 is the best square for the queen here, Abdul. To defend the A pawn, control the B file, and look towards the kingside light squares. But obviously, I haven't been looking very deeply at this at this last couple moves of the game. That said, I mean, it's more or less a position that I expected. You know, last time I saw this half an hour ago or whatever, and I have been able to predict most of the moves during this maneuvering phase. The fact that rating doesn't end your stream, son of a mother, that is the feature of Twitch that has perhaps flummoxed Jesse, who we are watching play genius level chess. That's perhaps the aspect of streaming that has flummoxed him the most. And I think it's gotten me once or twice, even though I was aware of how it had gotten him many times. It's very, very weird, because you would think, like, once you raid, I mean, your stream should be done. That's just pretty basic. You have to manually end the stream, yeah. So, what does Bishop D2 tell us about White's intentions to make progress, right? maybe coming to e3 to try and bother the c5 pawn, so everybody's bothered a little bit instead of just a focus on one spot. Once the bishop comes to e3, maybe we'll put the queen to c6, Abdul. Yeah, makes sense. Do we now have enough coverage, Foos, that we could start dreaming of bringing this knight to c6? That would be great. I've been dreaming of this knight coming to d4 all game. Queen b5. Bossing. Coming all the way up here. Well, that's true. If we ever move this knight away, white can go knight to d5. Gotcha. In some sense, we've got more maneuvering space to do such a knight maneuver, and in another sense, because we don't have any other pieces to pick up the slack, maybe we just have to defend d5 forever with this knight. That, or maybe there's some kind of way of having an exchange sack ready. How is the endgame after queen a4? Well, if we take, it's, you know, plus 0.8 or so for white. Really bad for us, maybe even plus 0.9. It might make things worse for us. But if we just sit with the queen on b5 and white trades on b5 and we take back, it's all, really close to equal. You know, it goes down to plus 0.2 or 3 or something, you know. So I think if white goes queen a4, you know, we're just gonna sit tight. Sit tight. Don't let it bite. What does that look like at this point? Almost no piece I want to move. Maybe king f8, king g8, something like that. Oh wait, sorry. Let me go to my board where I move the pieces. And show you that on queen a4 I might do something like king f8. If Jesse's black wires pieces on top instead of on bottom, that's just the way chessboards display when you open a game on chess.com. Son of a mother guy just tends to put white on the bottom, black on the top. Either way, we're looking at it from sort of a bird's eye view. So for me, I don't really care what's on top or bottom. I think in terms of both gefilte fish, so I can tell you there's kind of like 3 different ways that I know of and that I use to think of evaluation. One is sort of like the chances of a win, draw, loss. Sort of a percentage kind of thing, right? So you could look at a position and say something like 20% chance of a white win, 75% chance of a draw, 5% chance of a black win, right? Or a sharper position, you could say something like 40% chance of a white win, 30% chance of a draw, 30% chance of a black win. Something with really chances in both directions. Another way is in terms of points, and another way is in terms of winning, clearly better, slightly better, equal, slightly worse, clearly worse, losing, right? I use all 3 of those, and I have a sense of how they line up with each other, where they do. Obviously, they're different scales, so they don't exactly line up. But I think of a slightly better as meaning you can definitely have a preference of which side of the board you would want to sit down on, but you know that with best play it's a draw. I think of clearly better as being an advantage that's substantial enough that it might be winning or it might be drawing, and we can't yet tell. Similar to what the evaluation we've had almost throughout this game here between Akopian and Kraai today, it's been clearly better for white, right? Like, you're not sure if best play would lead to a draw or a win. And for me, there's also an evaluation range associated with that. So for me, clearly better is kind of from about 0.5 to 1.25. But that's based on how computer evaluations looked like 20 years ago, or maybe 18 years ago, when I played more and first started using some computers, you know. So if you have a 1.0 advantage back then, that would be like 1 pawn, no comp, which is often winning, but not always, you know. It's probably winning about 60% of the time and drawing about 40% of the time, to bring it back to those, to bring in the third set of ways of evaluating things, right? Which is the percent chance of winning or losing. And you can use the percent chance of winning or losing based on your estimation of how it would play out with computers, or based on a sort of more human take, right? Based on chances of mistakes and how complicated it is and all that. Wow. Look at Vladimir offering to trade off Jesse's worst piece. That's a bit surprising and feels a bit like good news, because all these pawns are going to be hanging, but that is definitely the worst piece, and a pure dark squared bishop ending looked really bad. Why Jesse didn't trade? Well, because he also wants to improve his piece. If dude wants to trade, why not recapture like this? I mean, worst case scenario, dude changes his mind and Jesse repeats, right? That's good practical chess to just do that reasonably quickly and not agonize, no? And here if he takes, rook a5, hitting the pawn, queen has to go to c6, right, to cover the pawn. Then the knight moves, attacking this pawn twice. Maybe you have to go here. Maybe this knight comes here. Maybe you can't defend this pawn with the rook and untangle the knight, and you've just given up this outpost. Now your rook's just covering knight e7. I don't know. Doesn't this look like it could be terrible? It does. So knight e8. Now if trades happens, the knight's covering the a pawn, so rook and queen aren't worried, and it's covering the d5 outpost. So, no, knight e8 is probably a genius move. Probably. Impressive game by both players. They've done a good job of keeping some time on the clock. Look at them with half an hour each. Very reasonable, beyond reasonable for how hard this game has been. You'll seldom see a better defensive effort than we're seeing here. So far.
Well, hello. How's it going?
Ooh, Kostya Coast.
Still surviving?
Yeah. No, I was just saying, I think this is like a fantastic defensive game we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Really good to keep this big an advantage for white completely in check, not let it grow.
Well, I mean, a lot will depend on the final result. I'm sure. If Jesse holds this, I think he'll be pumped. If he loses, I think he'll be down.
Yeah, I mean, that's generally how chess players are. But I think he's made a good effort throughout this game. I mean, he's kept time on his clock. He's kept the advantage in check. I think he's really, really doing great today.
I guess I'm less optimistic. That's not the right. I'm less sympathetic.
Well, I mean, given that something went wrong in the opening and that by move, 8 or 9 or 10, it was like maybe plus 0.8. It's a long time to hold on.
Yeah.
I think it's still about, 50-50 between a win and a draw.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, that's just my take. But the recent phase of the game, I've found, like I was predicting their moves pretty consistently. So, I'm less lost than during the opening. For sure.
Yeah.
I think there was like a moment in the game where Akopian sort of wondered if he might have a forced win. And he burned some time. And it was instructive how quickly he sort of like pulled back on that and was like, okay, I'm not finding a forced win. Let me just speed back up and, just keep playing decent moves and keep a nice position.
Yeah, I've got an interview with him, I think, twice now. And, yeah, I mean, he's a humble guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, despite playing extremely well, he's like, doesn't take much credit. And his first game actually was like very smooth. He beat like Novikov with black positionally, which is very hard to do. Novikov, as Eugene was saying yesterday, is like a great technical player. So to beat him with black is like it's not easy at all for anyone.
Yeah,
even Magnus.
Yeah.
And making little moves, and it was just tougher for whites. But it also makes me think that like this position is just very much like in Akopian's wheelhouse. Just the slow grind, going after the weaknesses.
Yeah.
He's got that classic Soviet technique.
Yeah. Part of me wanted to think about f6 here, where Jesse just played queen d7.
There's a question: how does Jesse feel so far with the results? I think he's a bit unhappy because he left a half point against Novikov yesterday. Definitely could have won, and he felt like he shouldn't lose that game to Melik in round one. Which I'd agree with both of those assessments. So he's kind of left a full point on the table almost in terms of the positions he's gotten. I would say he hasn't really gotten any luck yet. Like his opponents collapsing or making the bad moves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Novikov definitely made a big mistake yesterday when he played King C6 instead of King C7 later in the game. I don't know if
I didn't see that moment.
I don't know if he played over the end of the game, but Jesse kind of drifted, and it looked like he could have lost maybe. And then Novikov put the king on the wrong square, and things were all okay again. And it was really inexplicable. Or, I mean, I'm sure there's an explication, like everything, right? But when we saw it, I mean, Eugene and I both thought it was an automatic move. That he would put the king on c7, and instead he put the king on a square that seemed worse by every measure that we had in mind, so...
Okay. Looks like we might be getting a special guest.
Oh, cool.
So some fresh legs to analyze this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the root end game, I would say that was Jesse's credit that he won, because okay, black was maybe holding, but it's not like it was ever so easy. Hello. Come on in. Over here. Yeah, he's holding.
He's still not lost yet?
He's
That's a big achievement.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like his position. I think David's more optimistic.
Oh, I hate his position, guys. Hi, everyone. This is Eugene again.
He's back. Yeah, any thoughts on what happened today?
I feel like Marziba in reverse gone bad.
Right.
Something went wrong in the opening. I have a feeling Jesse got tricked, because I think c5 you play after queen c2, but after queen b3 you're supposed to play rook b8 because of this a4 a5 idea, and it's all because of this nuanced tactic. David, maybe I can show this tactic to everyone. Not many GMs know about this. A lot of people fall for this trap. So yeah, so the point now, the queen on b3 guards d5 square, and after like c5, a4, the natural move here is b6. But now it doesn't work because of knight e5, knight d5. And now the killer move here, knight takes f7.
Oh.
Or bishop takes d5, ed, followed by knight takes f7. That just wins on the spot.
Dang. Yeah, Falk was saying earlier, rook b8 is the more theoretical move.
And Jesse probably knew queen c2, which is more common move, c5, which is fine for black. And then you have this b6 move, and then you're fine. So after queen b3, rook b8 is the key move, and black is totally fine.
Gotcha.
I think that's the nuance.
So he just didn't know this nuance.
Let me clarify something, Eugene, about what Kostya said about what I thought about this position. I think Jesse's position is very bad. I just think that he's played very well since he got into a bad position on move 8.
Oh, absolutely correct.
Like, I think
the fact that he's still in the game is a miracle.
Yeah. So I just have like a positive take on his performance, basically. Like, I think he's played really, really well. I think the advantage was probably around 0.8 at move 8, and it's around 0.8 now, which is like amazing to keep going in such a tough position for so long and not concede anything more.
Yep, we have the reverse case where yesterday he was attacking and putting pressure, Novikov kept defending. Now it's the reverse. He is getting positionally outplayed, but defense.
Gotta run.
And if he survives and makes a draw, I think this is even more impressive than yesterday's almost win game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that was my feeling, was like really impressive. Lots of tough moves. Now,
He's still not fully out of the woods.
Yeah.
Queen takes c7, knight
Far.
e3.
Yep. Yeah.
Knight d5 is coming. You have two weaknesses, a6, c5.
Mm-hmm.
Still, I don't like his position, but, you know, with less pieces on the board, potentially an endgame, maybe you can lose a pawn and draw in the rook and pawn endgame, or, you know, there's always hope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if you could trade the A and C pawns for the B pawn, for example, you know, still something where you keep fighting with any material
What's
balance.
the time? Okay, he's a little bit low on time. That's the only bad thing about this. His opponent was lower, right? Before that?
Before, yeah. I think he wanted to transfer the knight to C7. But now, you know, knight C7, knight E5, I don't know if he has any thought there of how that's supposed to work out.
Yeah, why would you give up a pawn?
Yeah. I thought the last move was the first move I was really surprised with, this queen D7. I was thinking maybe F6.
Yeah, queen is doing quite a good job on b5 as it is.
Mm-hmm.
But f6 just creates so many weaknesses.
Yeah.
It's not a move you play by hand.
No.
So that's the only thing about f6.
Yeah. I was just tired of E5 being a third weakness, right? I mean, principle of two weaknesses, it's three.
Yeah, and bishop b8 looks bad due to rook a3, rook b3. So, yeah. It's hard to blame him for queen d7.
Mm-hmm. So we get trade, rook.
The queen does feel a little bit misplaced on c7.
Mm-hmm.
Like some knight e3 ideas, knight d5, b4, rook c6 you cannot play because e5 hangs. Again, he's like, if he is holding, it's by like a miracle.
Yeah. I was wondering for a second if he could go knight d6, which of course sacks the c5 pawn if white trades knights.
Right, I can take a pawn or take on d6 and take c pawn.
Right.
Yeah. Unpleasant.
Yeah.
And e5 is coming.
So I was
E5
considering
well,
something
rook
like
c8
this.
was-
Oh yeah, rook c8. Sorry, I go to d7, I guess.
No, I don't think he wants to trade the knights yet.
Okay. Okay, so the knight goes back to f6, and he stays really tied up.
Yeah, so at least the knight on f6 guards against knight e3, knight d5 idea.
And queen a3 looks like a double attack.
Oh yeah, queen a3. How do you not lose a pawn?
I
Oh,
don't
this
see
may
it.
be bad news. I don't see a move. Rook a6 is unstoppable, right?
It seems so to me, yeah.
Yeah, this looks like tough. Queen a3, you lose a pawn, and maybe black will collapse after that.
Played.
And he's not even getting any activity for that pawn, right? Like no counterplay against the d pawn. e5 is still weak. Knight on c4 is a monster. Yep, tough game. Kopian is a very technical player. This is one of his strengths, to slowly squeeze these positions.
Mm-hmm.
So it's extra tough against him.
Ay. Brutal. Something went wrong there, right? With knight e8 and then having to come back to f6 instead of getting to c7.
Queen a7 doesn't really help because c5 is lost.
Mm-hmm. It's like queen
And
a7.
a6 and e5 are still weak.
We can probably play something like queen c5 from the white side here.
Yeah, or rook c5 with the idea like activating the rook.
Or rook c5. Yeah, because you could go for queen f8, right? Like rook c8, queen f8.
Yeah, black is still in very passive position. Yeah, I really like how white played so slowly with this h3, e4.
Mm-hmm.
Like he transformed from one advantage to another. He took his time. He wasn't in a rush, and he just waited for black to make a mistake.
Yeah. It looks a lot like a lot of my losses against grandmasters. Like I'm just facing decisions about questions like f6 a couple moves ago. You know, like
Right.
I'm worrying about defending this pawn. Can I hold it with the pieces, or am I going to break? If I play f6 and then the knight goes to f5, then do I not have g6 anymore? Can I tolerate that knight?
Yeah, also very instructive moment that white trades dark square bishops, right? Because black's bishop is much worse.
Yeah.
But through this trade, white is able to attack c5 and a6.
Yeah. And
very instructive game by white.
Even if you make the right decision, you know, if they can make you answer, you know, 5 of those questions in a game and you get 2 out of 5 wrong, that can be enough to sort of go over the edge. Knight d7 played.
All right, so he's given up a 6 pawn, but at least he gets one trade off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, rook takes, queen takes. The problem with the knight on c4 and queen on a6, like they're so active, and black is still in utter paralysis.
Yeah.
The only good thing going for Jesse is c5 keeps both b2 and d3 pawn at bay. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So he can hope for some kind of a miracle like fortress. Because like white doesn't have a very clear improving plan with the knight on c4, queen on a6.
Mm-hmm.
Probably knight transfer to e3, d5, and maybe create some like additional weaknesses in black's camp.
Yeah.
Or use some kind of a zugzwang concept to put pressure, maybe like against black's king. Like queen a8 check, queen d5, some kind of regrouping.
Mm-hmm.
And black barely has any moves.
Also, if you could keep black passive, you could maybe bring your king to e3. And then I'd be looking to play like queen d6 or something.
Yep, you can
just
pretty much trade queens if you're white, because the great Botvinnik used to say knight and pawn endgame are very similar to king and pawn endgame.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about this move king f8, because queen a8 check, king e7, knight e3. And knight's coming to d5 and f5, and I think it's game over.
Right. That's why I was saying, you know, an approach for white here. I'm not necessarily playing queen d6 right away, but I had this idea like maybe I could bring my king closer to the game And black maybe can't because my pieces are more active. So I might safely be able to bring my king to c3 or e3, some square like that, and then play queen d6.
Right. Yeah, white has many good plans. But king f8 maybe just lose it on the spot, guys. Knight e3, game over, right?
You definitely can't cover both of those squares. You could play knight b6 and then knight f5
Maybe knight
check.
b6. You're like surviving barely.
And then I
because
guess the
knight
white
f5,
queen...
king f6.
Yeah.
But then I play queen h8 and you resign.
Right, queen h8, queen f8. We can't keep the queen out of that square anymore. So I think that, yeah, knight e3
Yeah,
does
I feel like this is just one more move and that resigns.
kill it.
Tough loss for Jesse today, partially due to bad opening, but he did defend for a long, long time really well.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, tricked him with that queen b3. Oof.
I feel like it's a perfect game by white. Probably zero mistakes.
Yeah.
I couldn't really see any like major flaws from white's point of view. Like, yeah, white had a dream position.
Yeah.
I'm sure he had many good moves, but he still like played, I think, exceptionally well. Like slow but methodical, and eventually waited for his opponent to make mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think he ever let go of his advantage at all. No part of it. Well, that's tough. I mean, that's going to put a 2.5 point gap between Jesse and a Kopion, and pretty much going to mean we're just looking for a good tournament. We're not looking to win the championships anymore at that point.
But imagine had he won yesterday's game, right?
Yeah.
Totally different situation. So in this tournament, like the margin is so narrow.
Yeah. Oh, there's a move. Surrenderify. Knight e3, queen b8.
Mm-hmm. Clever.
That lets the king go back to f8 and defend the g-pawn. And holds that queen off. Now...
Yeah, that's a great move, queen b8, actually. White can't win the second pawn yet.
Right. Now I think white will go queen c6, I guess? Without knight f5, king f8
Yeah,
first,
because now you have a threat of queen takes b2, knight f5. Like a maiden attack, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but that's not so easy. White has to calculate this out. At least it's a fight.
Yeah.
So yeah, queen b8 is forced. Knight e3, queen b8. I guess white can always trade the queens, but he's looking for more at this point. Knight f5, king f8, queen takes, knight takes. And maybe like your idea to try to run the king. But okay, it's still a queen h8. Oh wow. Even
Vicious.
maybe more precise than knight e3. Now queen b8, g7 is lost.
Mm-hmm. Vicious.
And on any like king f6, then knight e3 is even stronger. Yeah, this is very strong move, by the way, guys. Knight e3 is next.
That was an example of seeing a good move and looking for a better one. The famous saying, but
Yeah, yeah.
Which often we don't say is true anymore, right? We say if you see a good move, just double check it and go with it. You know? It's like
Well,
if
yeah,
you think,
especially for lower level
yeah,
people who get on time pressure.
if you think it's good enough to win with, just double check it and keep going. You don't have to find 6 different ways to win. But here, knight e3 looked like a move you could easily just blitz out excitedly. And after queen b8, there's still work to do, and so he finds something maybe even more precise. Now I think against knight e3, you have to play knight b6, and then maybe queen h7 is the next move. Preparing knight g4 without king g6 being able to defend the pawns.
Can Jesse start with knight b6 now?
It's white's turn, so no. I'm thinking...
No, wait, queen h8 is played, right?
Yeah, he played king f6 in response.
Oh, he played already. Okay, so knight e3, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so against knight b6, I'm seeing multiple
Queen
issues. One is just knight f5, mentioned by Abdul now, right?
Yeah, easy win.
Oops.
Yeah.
And the other thing I'd noticed was that you could go knight g4, king g6, queen e8 directly, just attacking the pawn. They can't play f6. If they play knight d7, you just take it. So that would also be a clean way to end the game.
So if queen b8 without queen h7, right?
Let's see here. So if white goes knight e3,
Yeah,
black
played.
can then go king b8, huh? Oh,
Yeah.
knight e3 just played, yeah. Queen b8.
Queen h7, sneaky move. Setting up knight d5 and knight g4, and g7 is lost.
I think we've got a non-sneaky move that works too, which is knight g4 check, direct.
Okay, king g6.
King g6.
And then queen takes queen, picks up a second pawn.
Trade the queen.
Easy win with 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this is pretty much game over.
Queen d6, you could answer knight f5 with queen f8. But queen d6.
There's a little tactic.
Yeah, we have one of these little mini tactics to do the conversion here. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is resignable.
Yep. You get that delicious, delicious second pawn.
Yeah, with 2 pawns down, there is no even chance to play on. You can resign.
Queen d6 played. Okay, so to be able to answer knight f5 with queen f8, there weren't a lot of
queen g7 and resigns.
Yeah, there weren't a lot of moves he could play that didn't directly lose to knight f5, right? And then queen takes g7. So, so he goes through here, and yeah, last move should be queen g7. I think. If I could guess the eval, plus 100,000. At this point, it just doesn't matter for GMs, you know. I mean, it wouldn't even matter for me. I would win this position. It's just kind of undefined, 100% win. Queen b8, he could have played Kevin James, but we had that line a second ago. After Queen b8, you go knight g4 check, and the king gets overworked defending g7 and e5. So if he goes in one direction, you take the g-pawn and everything collapses there. And if king to g6 to cover the g-pawn, then you trade. Pick up the second pawn, and it's done. Abdul thinks a 1500 could win it against the Kopian. I'm surprised by that. I'm surprised by that. I've seen some real botched endgames from players as high as 2000, 2100. Yeah. I once had rook and pawn against rook like 3 times in quick succession against experts when I was about 2100 myself, and I won all 3 times. Obviously, it was a draw all 3 times. 2 of the times I had the rook and pawn. 1 of the times I had the rook, and my opponent had rook and pawn. So
wow.
So yeah, I think a 1500 would not be a sure thing with the 2 extra pawns. And I've practiced some knight endgames against like a super computer with 1 extra pawn, and pretty much couldn't win. You know, like maybe 1 out of 10 times I could win, and 9 out of 10 times draw. So you add the second pawn, of course, it suddenly becomes pretty easy for a strong master, but I wouldn't take it for granted that every club player has the technique. I also play a fair amount of odds chess, and I think I've personally saved a lot of endgames that bad against players in the 1000 to 1500 range.
I'm surprised Queen G7 is not on the board. This is a move GM would play instantly.
Yeah, he seems to be taking his time with the last couple moves, you know, being careful.
He has the time to spend, but still. Is there a small chance he's not seeing Queen takes G7?
Is there a small chance he doesn't see Queen G7? Only if there's another move that's really good that he saw first. That's what I would say.
Right.
Like if Queen D8 check is like absolutely shattering.
Yeah, because Queen takes G7, you don't even have to calculate. With the 2 pawns up, you kind of win it by hand.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some players who really like, one of the features that they like about a technical game like this is that they don't have to calculate any crazy combinations. There's, you know, like he calculated Queen A3 attacking the 2 pawns, the A and the C pawns, right? And now he has to calculate Queen G7, Knight F5. It's really like, okay, we're not going to make any mistakes here on the tactical phase. Foos is also, for what it's worth, particularly good at endgames, so. Foos is a good endgame player. I would bet on Foos to win this, but exactly, Unaki. He could be considering also Queen D8 here. And then if King to
King G6.
If King to E6, for example, you can play Knight D5. And basically black can't move. You're just playing queen e8 next or something. Not to mention the option of knight f5, knight g7. So then maybe king g6. And yeah.
Now d3 pawn is under attack.
d3 pawn's under attack. You know, the dream is to go knight f5, queen d3, and then head back to g8 with your queen, and nobody can stop queen g7, but queen e4 deals with it. So you might need to just put the knight on d5 if you go for this option to defend your d-pawn and play this version of it where the queen and knight are kind of tied up. But yeah, this is starting to become a really long thing about this position here.
Yeah, queen g7, I expect resignation. Why isn't that played? I don't think Jesse is going to test him out.
Yeah. I mean, also, it doesn't even matter if he does, honestly. Like, there's no test. It's
Right.
like if you're like, I'm going to give you a test on all the different, you know, additions from 0 to 9.
Right.
You can bet your
This is
life
a
on
little
it.
bit of a shocker.
Not
to
just
me
your
that
money,
queen
but your
g7's not
life.
on the board. Why isn't queen g7 played?
I see it now recorded as Vladimir Akopian won. Maybe Jesse resigned before he played queen g7 and they were talking, and because
okay, that
Jesse
makes
resigned when it was White's move, maybe the DGT took...
Yeah, he could have played it and he realized, oh, queen g7, he just resigned.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe the DGT was confused for a little bit.
Yeah, could be.
Okay. So that's it for the first half of this tournament. 5 games, generally well-played games.